Hooray! Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, that should be good. All right. X. Oh yeah. Yeah. Put in some obscure phase, right? Hmm. work. I wish I could separate this by fucking category. Shit, I can just reorder these. Hmm. Little long. Yeah. No fucking weed music for me. Nice. Strong opening. Oh, yeah. This stream can't even hear this, can it? Word slipped. Hello? Oh, crap. Turn it off. All right, should be better. Okay. Should I post these at all? And we're back. Or maybe we're turning or starting. Welcome. Welcome to the Master and Art Stream. I'm your, not host really, but I'm just welcome. Hope everyone's doing well. I've been pretty alright. I just had a long nap and now conscious. Now pretty aware of, I guess, being awake. Woke up early today to drop my brother off at his job and pick him up. Thanks for the follow, I think. Yeah, this is a pretty nice thing, and yeah, thanks for following. Yeah, I'm gonna be. I know I said I was gonna take a break from this Pixar stuff. I feel like I'm so close to getting this done that I want to just make X of this. I've been working on this since September, so I want to basically just get as much done on this as possible, because all that's left is basically tightening up these leg animation stuff. And also let me know if the music's too loud. I could be pretty much just putting in my prog rock soundtrack going on here, so if it's too much, you'll let me know. Pretty much just gonna be nearly mute and playing most of my Bandcamp selections. Wonder if I could figure out that. Okay, one sec. How about now? Should be better. It should be much better. If not, I'll probably knock down VLC just a bit. But yeah, figure out the music stuff's a little tough, because it's like, I want to have some music to play, but this is usually not my regular, I guess, music. I mostly listen to podcasts, honestly. But, it is what it is with that. I also listen to audiobooks. I've currently been getting through a lot of actually, I've been physically reading Wings of Fire. Actually, I've been listening to audiobooks. I've actually been reading physical paper books. That's kind of just been what I've been doing. Alright, that's rolling. Start my timer. But yeah, I'm pretty decent now. Again, I took a nap today. Yeah, I had the day off from my day job because it's technically it's a little too cold to go out to work. And it's mostly because I work for school, so I got the day off. Currently making a Monster Tamer game and make the art myself. I'm pretty decent with body shape and animation, but I stuck at the shoal shading part. Yeah, rendering can be tough. Cell shading, I guess, makes it easier, but of course, doing that for sprites is always just a pain to keep. Which one is this? Shoulder pad. Yeah, let's start with stuff that I can at least edit. Yeah. Down slightly easier. I think one obscure thing that I don't do as much is clean my desk so I can actually work on stuff. Because usually I have a crap load of just miscellaneous papers and stuff. Yeah. That can contribute to me not being willing to work at the computer desk because it's just so messy and full of junk. Of course, it takes a bit to actually regain the momentum of working on right sometimes. I have been working on this specific commission for, well, since September. I probably mentioned that. So, yeah, you could drop a link. Yeah, why not? Yeah, if you're, if anyone's listening to the stream right now and they want to show off their art, I'm happy to, give her a look. See? Why not? Alrighty. Okay, so let's give it a look. Oh, real nice. Fantastic animation. I like this. Really nice. You say this is for you currently make a monster tamer game. Real nice, real nice. So this is one of the mini monsters, just a little rat, a little ratto. Yeah, say you suck at the whole shading part of it. I'd say for animation, you probably don't need to worry too much about it. I mean, for a black line, it's pretty decent. I'd have to see this in front of background and stuff like that. But in terms of, I guess, just the color distribution, I mean, it's pretty decent. A little curious about the breaks in it, where it's like it's pink here, but then it's black up here. And the background is pretty detailed. Okay, that could make a difference. Because, yeah, usually when you're using black line art, I mean, obviously it's gonna make it look toony. But sometimes if you're using, it's also a black line art, it's good for contrast from a background. So I was curious about that. Because I see you're basically doing a rough aliasing style thing with this, where the colors are darkening as it goes to the black and stuff, so. But yeah, unless I see something in front of a background, I think it'll probably work with that. I think I'm gonna make the layout white in the actual game, to be fair, to add some style to it. Well, yeah, depends on the style. Obviously, being, I think I might add a outline. Oh, okay. Make the outline white in the actual. Oh, okay. All right. See what you're talking about. Yeah, that could also work, like having a white outline to contrast that as well. I think I'm considering doing a white outline for my game. So I also have this in my back pocket to work on. This is from my game Black Mask, and it's basically a temple background where it's basically where the big treasure is gonna reside. I kind of want to make it a more interesting set piece style room, and so far it's a little unfinished. I mean, obviously, there's a bit more to it, but one thing that I'm probably going to do is probably going to add a actual outline to my main character Cole, because sure, you can see can't see him, it's a decent sprite, but when you actually have backgrounds, he sort of blends in a bit. So I can see what you mean about making sure things work with the outlines. Game development's tough because most of it is very trial by error. I know currently, I should probably talk about the status of my game right now. That Black Mask, I could probably put out a video or just showing it off right now while I talk about the status of Black Mask. So, current status of Black Mask is Well, I mean, it's interesting. My programmer, he's been handcuffed to his day job at the moment since he's the only Unity dev at his day job. So he's kind of had to be basically please his bosses because they're helpless without him. But it is what it is with that. I dropped him a message and he kind of just told me his deal, and I told him what I've been up to. We're trying to. My personal goal is to try to have some more, I guess, subsistent update for Black Mass, like an actual demo plus a website plus a Steam page, or at least just a new video to kind of just say, here's the stuff. So that's kind of the rough hope that I'll say. I know I promised last year we would hopefully get a significant demo done last year, and I kind of went to crap with that. I mean, no shade to Adam. He's got his life, I got my life. And honestly, I was kind of slacking myself because I was mostly procrastinating on writing stuff. But I am in the process of blocking in, so to speak. Let's see. I mean, I know I'm gonna be pushing more for just getting some of my whips for Black Mass down. Again, I show off my the temple background here, and this is probably gonna be my side project when I'm not working on commissions. Just tackle on Black Mass, which is weird because Black Mass is supposedly my priority project. So it is what it is with that, and hopefully this will be, this is my personal goal, is just get this done as much as possible and make this look better than it needs to, because right now this sprite is let's see, sprite size 640 by 256. I mean, that's okay for a Game Boy thing. That's humongous. And I think for the next few backgrounds, I'm just gonna set up my backgrounds that's more I think 144 by 144. I want to go back to the smaller Game Boy ratio, but plan the background so it can loop horizontally in 44 by 44 or 144 by 144 tiles. I need to re-look that up. But basically, I do want to just re-lock in on all the stuff with Black Mass, specifically. I know I have been tackling some other things with Black Mass, like tightening Cole's motivations and character arc and things like that. Kind of figure out, okay, what makes Cole interesting, and then what makes his dialogue interesting as well. So it is what it is with that. I could probably move my selfie screen lower, couldn't I? Just nudge you down here. Yeah. They can actually see my artwork. I never know if the selfie's actually interesting or not. I kind of just have so many problems with the webcam, but also make a PNG tuber could be a pain in the keister as well. Yeah, well. Yeah, welcome back. I was mostly just chatting about the stats of my own game. I mean, so far so good with it. It's going alright. Just a matter of getting it done. Let's see. What it look like. Right. So I probably had a metallic trim here. So cut the bridge here and then put that there, cleaning up the pixel shading here. That'd be good. And hopefully I'll at least be at the start of cleaning up this armor so it's a little bit better looking. Obviously I do need to rotate you. Alright. Alright, let's get that down, and then things should be much better. So yeah, it is what it is with that. Hopefully everyone's doing alright. I know it's been a bit of a rough time kind of here in America, so I don't know if you're mostly international out here and you probably don't know. But yeah, I'm sure people are kind of like having a bit of a bad day at the moment, but honestly, that's I mean, it can be fixed. Obviously, you can't just have complete hopelessness in this. I know I've kind of just been trucking along in my day. It's kind of funny because I retweeted a Po Bros at Law but a post on Blue Sky. And that's actually been exploding again, which is pretty fun. So I've been pretty happy with that. But yeah, remember the script, know the fifth, don't talk to cops, period. You know. So it's one of those things that's kind of just doing well. And honestly, that is sensible life advice, honestly, is try not to, shut up. Don't talk out of turn, because that's going to end up coming back to bite you sometimes. So it is what it is with that, and I'm sure people will understand how that's going to look overall. So yeah, I mean, that, plus I've been scanning art. Yeah, a lot of my art I draw traditionally, and I don't like to casually draw digital. And that's both a blessing and a curse, because on the one hand, I am playing catch up on most of the scans that I've got. But on the other hand, I basically have quadruple my output of art. Like, I could repost those old scans as much as I want to. And of course, I can, color them soon. So that's also another thing. Though, it would probably help if I did color them more often. I didn't want to push myself to color these in some way, whether it's in pixel art or something else. I'll probably convert them to pixel art, because some of those sketches I'm thinking, because I think a lot of those sketches are, character concepts, but not necessarily like, named characters specifically. Mostly doodles that I make whenever I'm at my day job, and I just don't want to be in my day job. Like, I just tune out of life. I feel like it's dark in this room. Okay. So far, it's looking cleaner and cleaner. I could probably do something where I could probably expand that edge so it's more obvious. But yeah, it is what I'm doing my best to get as much of this done as I can. I've been working on this for the past September. I want to move on from this. I think next time I take commissions, I'm gonna up my prices. So that'll be that. But I also do want to work on more a few more pieces. Like, I had this cool idea for a fighting game stage, like another fighting game stage, like I did for a previous commission, because that was pretty nice. Like, I feel like that should be another portfolio piece. They want to do like one more, kind of just seal the deal, but probably another time when I actually have the spare time. I did also want to do some daily animations, and I royally fell off of that because I kind of just been focusing on getting this more done. It's kind of just been eating my mindscape. But it is what it is. Not just doing this. So it's a weird combination of procrastination and productivity. Because on the one hand, I am procrastinating on doing any work, but on the other hand, it is work that is remotely important. So, I mean, on one, because, again, I am actually working on the commission. It's not like I'm not. But I am, kind of like breaking promises I had to myself. Honestly, I think that could also be a result of me not getting good at planning, or at least adjusting my expectations. I have ambitions, of course, like everyone, and you always have these, I wouldn't say dreams, but hopes that you can, do these better things, or you'll take on these giant projects like, oh, I'm gonna learn Blender. That's basically an artist meme at this point of learning Blender. And of course, you never get to learning Blender because Blender is fuck off hard to learn. Like, 3D modeling in general is a whole different beast from simply drawing. Like, it's way harder than sculpting. Like, I used to go to college and work with 3ds Max, and it sucked to me. Like, I hated using Max. I hated using the computer. And it's possible that not having a good teacher probably contributed to me not liking Max at all. But I do remember kind of just feeling as if it doesn't look that consistent. Like, look at the refs. Ugh. That looks fine. Try not to fret too much. I'm not gonna spend more than an hour on this because I want to spread out my work with this. But then again, I'm not getting all the detail that I should be, so gotta work with that. I mean, as long as it's clear, I mean, that's going to be helpful. That's a tough thing about me doing Pixar specifically, is I myself am an unreasonable perfectionist about some of this stuff, so I gotta rework a lot of stuff. Okay. been a while since I actually listened to my Bandcamp purchases. Especially, I think this is a Renaissance, isn't it? Nice stuff here. Yep, it's Renaissance. Yep. It's been a while since I listened to a lot of my rock stuff. I usually listen to things like Pink Floyd and Campbell and things like that. I've also started getting into Apex Twin and Tool and stuff like that. But of course, I can't like simply listen to these tracks. But the one thing that I have been using Bandcamp for, which I actually also recommend other people use Bandcamp for, is to try to find genres that are similar to all the regular bands you listen to. And that way, not only can you showcase other, obscure bands, but also you'll have the opportunity to spread your musical palette a bit more. I remember finding out that people's music taste sort of crystallizes or kind of like stagnates after a certain age. And that kind of sucks, where you kind of just don't want to listen to any other music but the music that you were listening to when you were a child. Because, there's plenty of other music there, and bands are kind of eating shit right now, so I mean, it wouldn't hurt to kind of support other artists, who aren't visual artists. So, I try to post music that I've been listening to, or like bands that excite me or have music that I like. I'm not the absolute pinnacle of musical taste in general. Hey Vandy, how's it going? Welcome. Weren't you oh yeah, you were gonna stream at 6. Yeah. Yeah, I'll see if I can rage you if you start streaming, Vandy. Oh yeah, kind of just chatting about music taste and Bandcamp, and kind of trying to use Bandcamp to kind of just expand, I guess, your music selections and stuff like that. But yeah, Bandcamp is, I like Bandcamp in general. Like, I like it more than Spotify. And, well, I think my only experience with Spotify, no, I know my only experience with Spotify is the free version, because I am, I would rather be able to have albums I can, be able to make playlists and stuff without the crap of being stuck on a specific album, or having some algorithm curate my own stuff or hide bands I usually listen to from me. So I don't bother with that, I just do it myself. I literally will go on Bandcamp, not only look up a genre that I'm into, but I'll also look up things by state or country and stuff like that. So I'll look up bands that are in Chicago. I'll look up bands that are, from like Egypt. I managed to find an Egyptian metal band that was pretty nice. Let me see if I can't link them, because they're in my wish list. Oh, browser's shut, so let's see. I'll do one fast look, and then I'll kind of like leave here. Shoot, my I have a lot of wish list stuff. I will pick one and see. This one is the right one. No, this is Iceland. Damn, I can't sift through my wish list right now, so yeah, it's Bandcamp's really nice for kind of just finding music that you want to listen to in general. So it is what it is with that. And oh yeah, this is what I've been working on for the past, I'd say, since September. That is working on a spear user here, and I've been making this animation since September. And it's basically it's roughly an RPG character, but the initial intent was more of a shoot 'em up game character, so kind of like similar to Tohu and things like that. That guy just went overboard in general, but honestly, it's pretty nice. I finished up the idle animations. That's been pretty nice here. There's few things I still need to add, like I want to add a glow where he's crackling with energy and stuff like that, and little things like that. Plus, I do need to add some more leaves to that, because it's kind of like twirling, but you don't see the leaves here. But it is what it is. Gotta get these shoulder pads rolling. But yeah, I'll probably be working on this for the next hour or so. I do want to at least touch this up, or at least glance at what's wrong with this piece. Because, yeah, the only thing that's really missing is just this. Just needs his line art edited. And it's less of a, this will be less of a taxing thing, because I'm only gonna work with two colors. I'm just gonna be obscure black and black shadows. And one thing that I'm really happy with learning with the Game Boy, I feel like I've leveled up enough that I could probably knock this out much faster than I usually would. So that's the hope. So let's actually get to work on my thingamabob, because hopefully my shortcut game is strong enough that I don't have to rely on my other things. Let's see. But yeah, it's kind of just figure out what would be helpful. I like yeah, this could probably work here. Add a bit of a cut in there, because okay, just keep that simple. Just keep it simpler. They had it simpler, and I just want to keep it consistent with the entire animation and not just overwork it so much. I have been learning a bit from painting tutorials, like actual regular oil painting tutorials, where they released I think his name is Ian Robertson, and he talks about the idea of not overworking your paintings by making a stroke and leaving it. Don't overwork it so much that I need to adjust the layer, because I just can't. Blah. Yeah. Okay. I'm back to the shoulder pad. I'll just work off that. But yeah, just putting a single line and then leaving it, and not overworking it so much that you end up losing the spontaneity of or the spontaneousness. I don't like the word spontaneity, but it does apply in general. Spontaneity, spontaneousness. But the point is, when it's easy to overwork your paint because you don't feel confident in the strokes that you make. And that makes plenty of sense. I tend to overwork my own just drawings and stuff like that, and that tends to either smooth out any character from my work. Yeah, it just looks a little plain looking. Sometimes I see other pixel artists and they kind of just have a quality that I feel like I don't have. And sometimes I see my own work and I'm kind of just like, oh, this is pretty straightforward. Maybe, maybe I'm doing right with this. But with the oil painting stuff, with the oil painting tutorials, and just leaving the painting as is and just letting the colors kind of just rock. You're doing what you can to sort of, add work with the character of the paint instead of constantly overworking every tiny line and wasting precious time. And I am totally guilty of that because, look at me right now. I am spending a lot of time adjusting line art and animation because I don't want to. It just generally looks jagged and unclean, but this is basically a natural fiber. It's just this should really be a clump of colors, honestly. This is going to be in motion, so why am I fretting so much about this? And that's a tough thing about doing pixel art is you want to do these things just like you would drawing. And it can be easy to kind of feel like, okay, you need to have these exact pixel perfect lines because that's gonna, be beyond tech limitations. But this isn't, this isn't the 80s. I don't have to deal with tech limitations. I don't have to. I can just, I literally have a computer that can run high definition 3D models. I don't have to fret so much about tiny pixels that much. But fretting about pixels is kind of the art of it. You're trying to work with those limits to make that happen. And figuring out that craft is what I kind of like about pixel art. Like a lot of my knowledge of pixel art is also my knowledge with just general pen and ink cartooning. You're getting yourself good at drawing small, limited, and stuff like that in order to make large in life, easy to recognize character designs and environments and stuff like that. Because I want to make comics in general, but of course writing is tough for me because how do you write an interesting story that hasn't been done before? And maybe I'm just being self-conscious in general, where I'm kind of just overthinking it as usual because I'm me, a weird, wacky, insane person who has unreasonable high standards. I mean, the standards are reasonable enough. Simply a matter of not giving into the more insane thoughts that I got when it comes to doing the absolute pinnacle of the absolute pinnacle of perfection, maybe. I mean, yeah, in general, it's perfectionism that's really kind of just skewering me in general. Is just, I need to lighten up and not be so perfect. It's not going to be the end of the world if I make really bad pixel art. I mean, the end of the world might be coming, but, you know, I certainly won't be the cause of the end of the world. I'm kind of doing my best to not be completely consumed by just being the pinnacle of perfection. Oh yeah, trying to just get that going there. Okay. Looks okay. Looks decent. Could sharpen this line just a wee bit. That'll look good. They like just have a few stray pixels here and there to kind of just push this in tiny ways. That looks good. Alright. I could make this much thicker. I don't know why I keep calling myself maybes. I'm always a maybe person because I'm so wishy-washy. I need to stand up for my decisions every once in a while and say, yes, I know what I'm doing. I'm a cool guy. I'm an expert. And yeah, it's difficult to call yourself an expert because, at least for me, I spend most of my life waiting for other people's approval because I can never trust my own decision making in general. And a lot of that can spawn from the fact that I've never been in a position where anyone could trust my decisions in general. Like, I still live with my parents, so that's kind of, that can kind of knock down your feeling of self-reliance when it comes to feeling like your decisions are actually, might actually matter in general. I'll let that go. I need to push this further. Make this nudge this out. That's plenty. All right, letting that go. And you know what? Let me save another little S22. I have 22 versions of this, and I usually save a different version every, step that I go to, just in case I bork it. I want to go back a step, or I made a decision that I want to go all the way back to, or I want to do some new experiment. End up regretting that experiment, just want to go back. That's why I save in steps. So, in case I want to go back, or I end up transferring a file to a different device, or I am just working. A lot of this stuff is from college. I used to do this stuff in college, and okay, pink background here. I used to do this stuff in college, of course, and A lot of this is stuff that I've just learned from college, from just a lot of 3D modeling stuff. So let's bring this back so I can figure out where the heck body art. What? Yo. Okay. All right. Unlike you, put you in pivot. Yeah, you want to always put your pivot point somewhere that's like a joint. So if you're rotating something and it's supposed to be like you're rotating an arm to kind of reposition it, it's better that you you take this middle thing and rotate it to an arm so it's easier to reposition, so it'll look more realistic. Well, not realistic, but it'll look more like you won't lose consistency. At least that's kind of just what I've self-taught myself. I don't know if other animators do it. They probably do it much faster than I do, but that's how I kind of tackle it. So okay, slightly better, right? I could probably rework the head some more. So let's see how it looks. And with the staff, just so. Let's see. It's subtle. I didn't want to like do some obscure things like make these feathers move, but I'm like, okay, I need to. I probably could use the frame and no, don't mess with it. Just put that back. Work on these frames instead. That looks a little jagged, so I'm gonna just a bit. Just fill the judge out just a little bit. That's my absurd. That's my little bits of absurdity that I just gotta clean up the obvious jackies. Kind of just wanna clear out the more just obvious things where I just rotated it without really considering the light and stuff like that. So I have tried using things like there's this rotate tool that lets you rotate sprites, and it would reinterpolate the sprites so it's more correct. But still kind of just looks like I edited it, so I'm not a humongous fan. Okay. Nudge you down. That should be good. Again, I'm kind of just getting rid of the little stair steps and just being unreasonably. I'm being kind of just clearing up some egregious looking Jaggies. Alright, you know, let it go. Let this go. Go to the next shoulder pad, because I'm blowing like currently 514. I can't believe it. How long have I been rolling right now? I've blown 45 minutes on a single shoulder pad. I can't freaking believe this. I look at other people's pixel art, and they're able to crank out basically daily pixel arts. Meanwhile, I am fretting over a single goddamn shoulder pad because I am just that much of an amateur. I'll figure it out as I go. You know, it is what it is with that. And I mean, it's obviously I shouldn't be comparing myself to pixel artists who have been doing this probably their entire life. I've only been doing pixel art since 2020, so I still have so much to learn. But then it's kind of like, but I want to just be as good as video games because holy shit, video games are just really good, and that's the standard. You know, that's the standard of good video game. That's the standard of good pixel art is stuff that looks straight out of video games. You know, you're doing your Capcoms or doing your SNKs, and you're like being like, oh, look at that Metal Slug crab animation. Everybody's, you know, circle jerks that animation, you know, and yeah, it's absolutely exceptional animation. Like, I'd be insane to think that it wasn't incredible. Of course, you know, you end up just comparing your own work to the work of possibly an entire video game studio, because I'm sure they didn't work on that by themselves. That's kind of just, I suppose, the principle of the thing where you're spending so much time trying to, I guess, make a name for yourself in terms of any art. I feel like my pixel art gets much more attention than my general art in general, which makes sense. I mean, pixel art is much more niche than regular art. Like, practically anyone can draw, but few people can pixel art. Even though I feel like anyone could pick up pixel art, just I feel like if you know how to draw, you can pick up pixel art like nothing. Of course, people have said the same thing about 3D sculpting. So far, I'm kind of like, I don't want to work. 3D sculpting looks hard. And maybe that's kind of like the thing is, I'm not going to know until I actually try it. It is what it is with that. One thing that I will say that I'm pretty happy that I did was I set up these big blocks of color, so yeah. Set up these blocks of color so that, you know, if I use the outline tool, so say, I think I remember I put yes, Shift Control D. It's not the actual default control. I reworked my shortcuts so they're all on my left hand. But I'm able to just quickly just outline that and rework the outline as I go. Of course, there's other things where will rework stuff like this. And of course, I always keep going back to the eyedropper color. I never readjust stuff like that. I probably could be a faster pixel artist if I did stuff that didn't slow me down, like constantly eye dot with the color instead of maybe flip through each palette. But I can never remember to do that. So I just feel. I've seen some tutorials where a lot of the shortcuts are explained to me. But it's also very situational. You're not gonna know which shortcuts you're gonna use until you actually understand your workflow and process. And it completely varies on most people. Completely varies. And I think that's probably the issue that I've found with tutorials for me personally is I feel like a lot of the stuff that I find doesn't apply to me. And I guess sometimes I feel frustrated whenever I'm kind of like, yeah, do this, that style. And it's kind of like, but I don't want to do it that style. It looks tedious to me and just doesn't vibe with me. But I feel this unreasonable guilt where you wonder, am I saying this because I'm making excuses, or am I saying this because I legit am not vibing with it? That's the tough part about having unreasonable standards when it comes to art stuff is I sometimes feel like I'm just being a baby bitch about most things. Of course, that's a whole host of personal issues that I know that I don't get over in general. Sometimes I think, oh, I am not really thinking like a professional. I'm kind of just thinking like an amateur because I've always been an amateur. I've never felt like I'm a professional in general. Yeah, I make professional level art, I suppose, but it's like I've never worked at a studio, so I wouldn't even know the first thing I do at an actual studio or work in a studio environment. So I can give very limited advice in terms of what you can do, and all of my, I guess, studio advice is information that I get from either podcasts from actual working professionals or old college stuff I learned from college, which is very likely outdated because statistically most college teachers aren't actually working in the industry. Which, honestly, no, it's not a statistic. I feel like that's kind of a given. With the nature of teaching, I feel like most teachers can't be in the industry because they still have to teach and they have to grade and they have to basically do teaching. Like teaching and doing are completely different things. And obviously, most people can't teach, of course. That can be an issue when it comes to doing art schools and being like, oh, these college professors, they're able to have these theories of, I guess, the subjects that you're majoring in because they actively have done this stuff. But it's kind of like once they get into that cycle of teaching, they kind of stagnate because they're spending more time teaching and grading than actually learning themselves. So I guess that's sort of maybe the contradiction, maybe the paradox of teaching. Love to hear from an actual teacher when it comes to this stuff, but that's kind of just what I observed from other teachers. I've been thinking about it a lot. I have met up with a lot of my old teachers at a convention and stuff like that. Like I have a few of my old teachers still doing stuff at conventions, so it's not like they don't do stuff. They have their lives outside of this. Yeah, I'm probably just talking out my ass with a lot of stuff. It's like, I don't live their life, so I don't even know. Okay. It'll be thicker here. Making this out further like this. Yeah. Another thing that I haven't been doing in general is I haven't been working on my year in review blog, because my year's kind of just been simple. I've been working on pixel art, I've been doing this, but I guess for some reason kind of just I've been delaying myself because I want at least to have more things to say. It's because there's no outline here, but that's just throwing me. Get back to this. Get to adjusting this shoulder pad, because that needs your attention. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, stuff about blog and stuff like that. So, for anyone who doesn't know, I have a blog, masterfan.com, and I am shooting to do more with that website in general, because social media is a hell world, and I like to take the web back if I can, not be in the enshittified web, which is funny because WordPress is kind of enshittified itself, and there's a whole rigmarole with that. I'm kind of like, I don't know enough code in HTML to be able to deal with stuff like this. And it's kind of like, can't software not be run by assholes? Like, how is it that software and technology just ends up being run by the most unhuman people imaginable? I guess I've been listening to Better Offline, this podcast by Ed Zitron, where he kind of just talks about the kind of possible theories and reasons why tech is kind of just shittier these days. He's not specifically Cory Doctorow. He's a completely different person, but it's sort of the same theories in general, where technology is not really working for people. It's just there to pad not even a product, honestly. Like, the one thing that I feel like, a lot of things that technology just seems to not be doing is making useful stuff. A lot of technology these days is just not useful. Like, you're inundated with so many ads, and of course you got the AI bullshit, and you have a lot of bloatware in Windows and stuff like that. Like, I still have Windows 10. I made a fresh reinstall, but I still have to go through the long process of deleting or remembering to delete bloatware that's been just screwing up most of my settings, and it's just crap to deal with Windows specifically. And I used to be frustrated with my iPad back when I still had it and I didn't lose it, and that was kind of one the little bits of deal breaking with that, where a lot of Apple stuff just didn't let me, like, it didn't let me access my files very easy. You had to go through circles in order to actually dive deep in the files. Plus, not having a mouse can be a pain in the butt with the iPad and things like that. And another giant deal breaker is that I could not drag and drop music like I used to with my iPod. Like, I used to have an iPod Nano, and using iTunes was as simple as having MP3 files, and they were just right in there. But of course, because music's just gone to streaming and they don't want you to own your own music, they want you to rent streams and license stuff. You have to be on their stupid thing. So it's like, oh, Apple Music, you have to use Apple Music to access your music. But I already purchased this music, or I found this music in the library CD store, or I purchased this a long while ago, back when CDs are a thing. Why are you making me purchase more music? And it can get real fucking annoying sometimes. Yeah, especially bad with video game soundtracks, because obviously video game soundtracks are either just gonna be in video games, or they're really expensive anime CDs where you have to either import them from Japan, or you'd have to track them down. Like, you'd have to track them down in will. That's good. Yeah, you have to like track down so many like different like video game music CDs and anime CDs and stuff like that. And obviously it's a pain in the butt. You don't want to do that. And you've spent so much time working hard to get that music that you want to be able to, you know, curate in your playlist. You know, you got your, you know, VG soundtracks to do homework by and things like that. And, you know, that was, you know, me making music. And with streaming and stuff like that, it only really gives you the big hits. It's not really giving you like notable, it's not really giving you, I guess, less notable soundtracks. Like, I know Pandora just has a god awful video game music selection. Like, it doesn't have any fighting game soundtracks that aren't Capcom fighters. It's always like Street Fighter 4 and stuff like that. Or they'll give you remixes of music, but not necessarily the actual music soundtrack, because they don't have the Japanese licenses and stuff like that. It's kind of like, it's such a pain in the butt. And I've already basically gotten these soundtracks from like YouTube rips, or I found them from alternate ways. Or I will find cool remixes and covers, and obviously they're not big enough to have their own profile. Because they don't have their own profile, they're just SOL. You know, you can't see their music at all because, you know, they're not in the big club. Stuff like that. So that's also a big issue when it comes to doing a lot of these things. But yeah, enough with me griping about music. Music probably isn't super interesting to you. Especially game music. Like, game music is kind of real turbo nerd core shit. Where I feel like it's sort of a meme that people make fun of you for only listening to video game soundtracks because just don't really vibe with most mainstream music. Which is half true. A lot of mainstream music kind of just doesn't vibe with me. And a lot of it is mostly simple. Yeah, a lot of it is simply I don't listen to lyrics in most music. Like, I realize that it's not that I hate rap, is that I don't really listen to lyrics in anything. So that's why I don't really vibe with rap music. Hardcore punk that much. And why I like progressive rock and I guess music without lyrics, which is ironic because I think this one's a Hilux soundtrack where it has like lyrics and stuff. That's currently playing right. Yep, this is a Hilux extra soundtrack, Absent Moon. If you ever played a Hilux 2, it's basically a drug trip ass RPG, and it has a really rad prog rock soundtrack. So, if you're interested in RPGs, like more indie RPGs, I recommend Hilux 2. And honestly, play Hilux 1 as well. I mean, they're both pretty good games. Hilux 1 could be tougher to get into because, it's it's the first game of that series, and clears out all the problems in the sequel. So it's typical stuff like that. So I don't even know why I'm worrying about that, but it is what it is. But I do just really like the soundtrack, and I guess one thing that I do like about some video games is that usually I don't own the games that I have soundtracks for. I will probably play a lot of games that either are real bad games but they have really nice soundtrack, like most of Tim Follins' work, or I don't own the game but I heard the music and I was like, holy cow, this is amazing. Like a lot of Undertale music I listen to, but I don't own Undertale, I don't think. Probably in my Steam list, but I haven't looked at it. It's kind of weird because it's like I feel like I've missed the boat on Undertale. Like I'm sure it's a nice game, but now I'm kind of like, it's not. I think I've been spoiled by a lot of its gimmicks before actually like playing the games itself. Like I know about most like the surprise and stuff, so I've kind of just been spoiled by just most of the big twisted aspects of Undertale and stuff like that, and I guess by extension Deltarune. So it is what it is with that. Probably should at least download Deltarune because I think Deltarune is free. I think Deltarune is free. I'd have to check. I think they've been working on chapter 3 so far, so I don't know if he's out this current year another Deltarune chapter or not. I sort of keep up with Deltarune, but I don't really, I'm not a humongous fan of like Undertale and whatever, so I don't know. It is what it is. That's usually how it is. Soon, this should be. This has 3 colors, so I think one thing that I have been getting better at is working with the blocks of color instead of trying to line art everything. I've been, again, I've been looking at a lot of oil painting tutorials, and I have been teaching myself to get more comfortable placing down blocks of color instead of trying to be precise with my line art. Maybe one day I'll actually get back into digital painting and I won't give up on half the stuff the second I come up with a remotely decent composition, and then I worry about ruining it because my process is such ass. I think that's probably the big reason why I never finish my digital art or just finish more art in general. Is just I never take time to learn step 2 of making the art, which is all right. Get your references, stare at them, and make sure that they're accurate to the stuff that you need to do, or at least take time to like establish your lighting and your values and stuff like that, or your composition, like tighten up the composition and things like that. I don't really do that much because when you blow most of your brain power on just getting the initial idea down, and then once the idea is actually down, you feel like I'm pretty done. Like my brain's telling me that it's done when it's really not done. And that can be, that's probably just the chief issue why I just don't finish that I'm not paid for. Like, I can work on art that I'm paid for pretty well, but if it's my own stuff, I just struggle. Okay. Okay, we're gonna then we're gonna use this. Yep. Just a bit of I put lines here. Go here. What time is it right now? 5:42, almost 6. I'll take a break once it's 6. I'll get some stretching down because I kind of stretch a bit. My feet are starting to kind of hurt because I've been sitting a little too long. And I do need to look up just better chairs, because chairs are I feel like I need to improve my chair game in general, but then again I also need to improve my exercise game. Yeah. good. Yeah, just use the blocks of color. Don't fret so much about where they're actually supposed to be going. Just clean that up. Make it clear instead of making it good. Just make sure that it's just clear. Clear you up. Should be plenty. Of course, this is in the way of the ears here. How are we looking? So. Okay. I could probably do a subtle rotation. Nothing ginormous, just do some slight tip. This is okay. I think the arm needs to like have more of a follow through. That's me personally. Yeah. All right. So if it held longer here. No, it's too. Okay. Shoulder would probably rotate a wee bit more here. And also, I feel like nudge you up here. I think if I reworked the arm, like if I had a here. Let's see. Looks decent. I don't like this transition. Yeah, I don't like this transition from the away arm like this. Probably would a fast transition here. There'd probably be something. Yeah, I don't know why I don't pick a thicker. This could be smaller. This needs to be in the back. That'd be a better transition. Yeah, that's a cleaner transition. It's real nice. A real nice, clean transition. You know what? I did say I was gonna break it sick. Well, I'm actually just gonna break it down. I will be right back. I'll check you later.
Now his hair reminds you of Blanca's. How did Blanca's sprite get done? Let's look at it. It actually looks like crap. It doesn't look that good, actually. I know the Super Turbo version looked much better, actually. Ah, well. Make your anatomy better. Okay, you want to make your anatomy better. What anatomy are you having trouble with? Are you having trouble in good-looking poses? Are you having trouble drawing people in certain poses? Are you having trouble drawing women? Are you having trouble drawing men? Do you have trouble, having your proportions right? That sort of thing. That's kind of like, if you can pinpoint exactly what you want to do with your art, you'll have an easier time, one, figuring out what you want to learn, two, learning in general, because you know what you want to do with art and what you are interested in learning. It's a bit complicated, but that's more or less how I try to think about that when it comes to just improving art.
I've been actually trying to get myself more familiar with Unity Engine, and it's been all right. There's a few, there's a few little foibles that I still need to get through with planning things like the render area stuff, because a lot of my animations keep getting cut off due to the render area stuff, so I gotta figure that stuff out. And it's entirely possible that I'll probably need to rework a few of my animations to have larger hitboxes, because obviously my animations are the big thing. Like, everybody really likes the animations. Adam really likes my animations. Everybody who sees the game really likes the pixel art, and that does give me hope. I sometimes get self-conscious, and I do compare myself. Like, what do you do as a pixel artist when fucking Hyper Light Drifter exists? It's kind of like, yeah, you have good pixel art, but is it Hyper Light Drifter good or Owlboy good? And as good as people tell me that I am, I still feel like I'm dwarfed next to actual fucking titans who are able to do it longer and better. But obviously, there's more to it. Like, this isn't a competition. People see two cakes. So, I shouldn't be feeling so self-conscious about it.
shadow to cross my face. Waited in silence to see reflections of grace when it takes shape. My body needs some healing. Let's shelter of this feeling. My body needs some healing. Didn't value the vessel, didn't realize the weight of it. The ship helped me sail through, straight to my own ground. My foundations were rocky, but we tread ground now. My body needs a healing. Let's chat of this feeling. My body needs a healing. It's the last chapter of this.
All right, I return. Welcome. I think I might do a little bit more with the arms, because the arms are kind of like another thing that's, I guess, in my mind right now. I'll work on maybe 30 minutes of this. 30 minutes of arms. I'm gonna put myself on a timer. Put myself on a timer. Let me get a short timer here. Timer. All right, 30 minutes. I'm just gonna work on this, so I'm just gonna go. Pomodoro, whatever the heck it's pronounced. Just that, just this. That's what I'm gonna work on. Just this. It's gonna work on this close arm. Yeah, it's like I like finding covers of notable soundtracks so I can actually play them in at streams and actually export them to YouTube and stuff like that. All right. Like jewel. And you can. Yeah. I think this specific cover got me into giving Radiohead a shot, literally. It's kind of funny because most Mario 64 mixes, it's kind of like, okay, that's kind of funny, and you don't really take the time to listen to the other, I guess, the actual band covers sometimes. This will be a little flat, but it's. I do want to play a video game Friday, but I'm never in the mood to play video games. Probably because I don't have most of my games installed. And I can never decide on a game that I just want to batch out and play sometimes. Let's see. Okay, so there is highlights here, so. Nice. I think that'll be my next project, to make a new PNG tuber. Or better yet, make some emotes. I've been neglecting some actual proper subscriber emotes here. There really isn't much incentive to subscribe to me, though I'd love it if you did. And I do want to do more stuff to kind of just cultivate this stream a little bit more. And it's always just a conundrum what the hell you actually do with these streams, because you don't want to blow too much time on most things that kind of will not matter. I mean, cultivating these streams does help. I mean, I do like it, like seeing people's emotes and stuff like that. Plus, I've always wanted to like tackle some more anime emotes. See how that works. Tackle that here. I think the hand's good enough. I know what I should be doing is I should have my preview up here so I can really see what the heck this is looking like zoomed out. Because it can be easy to kind of spend most of your time hanging out super close to your stuff and not look at and notice, oh, this is actually not even correct to looking. So that can be an issue with that. Hopefully that's better. Still looking flat. Gotta let it go. Just let that go. I also realized that I still haven't seen Nosferatu. There's a lot of movies that I haven't seen in theater, but I'm not really chomping at the bit to see theater because one, they're heckin' expensive, and two, there are not many movies I'm like super up for seeing. Let's actually on the movies right now. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go on IMDb. I'm streaming. Why not? I'm wasting. No. Get back to this. I can look at IMDb later. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna spend 30 minutes on this and then spend 30 minutes kind of like tackling a little bit of Black Mass stuff. Just get myself started working on at least some temple stuff to kind of just make things look decent. Because there are a few things that I do want to do in Black Mass that don't really require having writing ready, but will be helpful overall. Like I do want to decide on what the proper character portraits are going to look like. And it's likely that I'll probably tackle some either mid-body type portrait where you know, like the typical like Fire Emblem portraits, those type of, I guess, half bodies, because I do like how expressive the half bodies can be. So hopefully that'll be good, because it'll also be helpful for making cutscene stuff in general, because I do want to have like little doodles where it's like, see if I can't crack open like Clip Studio Paint. Make anything. Constantly distracted. This is why I need to be better prepped for most of this stuff, because I never have all my things ready to go. Okay. None of the stuff's open. Whatever. New. It'll work. So yeah, but I like to do stuff like this. Where you just have a slop ass drawing. You like have an actual emotion here. Have some basic things. Skull has no neck sometimes. Just has a handkerchief, that's his neck. Bodies like this. But I also am interested in having alternate views where it's like the half body will be sort of like you're seeing the character. Like I'm gonna have who's a good like height? Yeah, I'll have Cole and Captain Rhodes and stuff like that. So have the characters like this. You have a point of view of Cole. I never know how to draw hair that's slicked back. He looks way too young looking. Cole is supposed to be like a fucking greasy midget type. Oh yeah, kind of like have something like this. Have stuff like that. Like have a portrait like this. And that's how the conversation would look. Then, as like have a larger character, rather like this out or better yet. As you do stuff like that, you'll probably have like a larger character here. Like I'm just gonna pick an elephant because elephants are good shorthand for bigger. That's kind of like how the cutscene would probably. I never have the fingers right when it comes to most of these things. Yeah, something like this. Where you're kind of just having characters interswap between Cole having a conversation. So it looks like, you know, you're having an over shoulder shot. And then you have like yeah, his name's L. Her name's L. Be like, hello, welcome. Giant town. And that'd probably how the cutscene would just be set up by like stuff like this. That's the rough. I do have a rough layout of something like this. So that's probably something that I'll probably tackle for Black Mass. Black Mass's cutscenes is just having stuff like this. And that'll be like tackle certain things. I think that's a good like happy medium with that, because I can always like rock this Cole portrait for the general conversation stuff, and then I just interlock or intersperse different portraits as I see fit that'll fit into this like widescreen format. I could probably do other things with this where I could probably do like little scenes and stuff. I'd probably have where the islands will be on the horizon. I just have the menus being like, will we go here? That's our next destination. And then we probably just have a select yes, and then no, and have like a selection like that. I think something along that. Have this in silhouette or something like that, and you have a cool, interesting silhouette, stuff like that. And yeah, that's a possibility of what I'm interested in tackling. So that's roughly how I'll tackle this. So feel like an idiot for drinking another Amp Mountain Dew, because I know I'm gonna be stuck awake. not be able to sleep. But honestly, I just need to pick me up. I spent most of today kind of just napping, and I feel like I haven't gotten as much stuff done as I wanted to. Uh, it's funny as hell that Linkin Park is a Mario 64 style thing. I love that so much. I feel like this could overall be larger. Like, I think this should just be overall larger, so. No one's gonna take this seriously. And also, I feel like this also will match the size of the gauntlets in general. Like, I feel like the foreshortening is not correct. Of course, I feel like I absolutely borked to this layout. I'm gonna have to rework you as I go. Yeah. Yeah, leave it to me to kind of like procrastinate and kind of piss away another 30 minutes of my time, but no, it is sort of important. Me trying to formulate some kind of plan. I never take enough time to plan my art projects out in general, so having at least something to be helpful. Because, I now have plenty of time to do these art projects, not go to conventions as much as I want to. It's much larger. Another game series I am interested in playing. Do I own Metal Gear? Because I have been interested in playing those games, but I've kind of just been like, I'll probably play them later. 'Cause obviously, it's been a curiosity to kind of just try out those games. That's like Cooper. There's so much stuff I got. I still have my friend's PS3. I should see if there's they got a captain. Ugh. Yeah. I keep just imagining like little things I can do. I haven't even played much games on my PC ever since I got my. I've blown $400 in that 980. I need to do something with it. Yeah. Shoulder pad. I think I had to start working with this. This, use the color blocks, add more judge to all this. That should be good. One, two, three, four, then you'll be a thumb. Then probably like add more orange here because oranges are finger stuff. So put those there. The shading here, now at least feel stuff here. Clear you out. Try not to overthink all the wee little. Ugh. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be good. Sort of blends the black, but okay. I think right now I'll what the hell? Oh, I know what that. Put you on the weapon arm. Only need to focus on the close arm here. ever I need to figure out that part. Alright. I'm making progression, I'd say. Okay. I think I'm probably just overworking this right now because what I really need is just the line art. I need the line art to distinguish this, contrast this away from actual. I can. Okay. Wee bit more here. Good. Okay. Things are looking much better. They're looking better. Try not to burn out on this. So far, so good. Bada boom. All right. We have straps here. No, didn't have straps. Close arm, similar to this. I'm gonna. Nudge it back just a bit. The shoulder pad. Better. Yep. Okay. 30-minute timer's gone. Try to do a little bit more to kind of just make up for the fact that I kind of like completely ignored the 30-minute timer. Take it down. Why do I have pushing me away twice? I got hybrid through on this thing twice. Okay. Let's see. Would love to rework this, so overall this arm's very over-animated. I also want to spread the fingers here. Okay, it's much better. It's also looking much more consistent. How did I have the initial? This had more of a I'll add this. You know, I keep adding more stuff. But it is important stuff. It's making it look better in general. Okay. I think that's plenty. I think I'll let this go for now. And move on to the different thing. Hope everyone's doing well. Apparently 6:45. Isn't much compared to how I got it before. It is looking overall better. My guild's telling me that I should just work on this some more. Because there's still so much cleanup left to do. I do have this arm left. but still gotta clean this up. I like this position. It's supposed to be absolutely high, but it's supposed to lower down. You know what? Let's see if I can't put you here. So. Oh yeah, it's locked. It's absurdly here. It kind of just moves to the side for practically no reason other than actually looks much cleaner. Legs go down faster. I feel like that's giving him more life. I guess that's probably just me. Like, I feel like it should hold a wee bit longer here. Okay. Why do I have the legs just separate? Okay. That's actually looking overall better. Okay. Yeah, leave it to me to just be unwilling to let this go. But I'm gonna... I gotta let this go for a bit. Take a break from that. I've already saved this, 4 times now. Gotta really save that, so. I'm gonna step away from this to kind of deal with a little bit of this. Just know if I could. So. Those are first things first is, can I symmetry of this. Similar as this too. All right. Should I take a break? Probably not. Let's actually just put this for 30 minutes. 30 minutes, and then I'll do another break. Excuse me. Just let that rock. Get rid of this part. In fact, let's kind of like do some more obvious blockings here. Just say, hey, let's actually focus on making good lighting here. All right. I think I'm seeing problems. So, we're actually just going to start from scratch and just make a whole new ass pillar. And then I kind of just make it obscure. I just push this further back and kind of just enjoy the actual darkening. Is pen pressure actually working? I can never tell whether this pen pressure is working or not. Are you working? It's like, okay, at the light touch, and that should be the highest touch. 'Cause I'm pressing the light and it's still not working. Fuck it. We're just gonna... turn off pen pressure. Pen pressure is now just useless to me. This will make it look like it's cracking out. Anyways. I'm trying not to let this be completely taking over the background. I need to make it complicated enough to demonstrate the background, but simple enough to not be so out there. One nice way to do it is to kind of just make lines gritty looking. Add some stuff. A wee bit of scuff every once in a while. Because again, I'm kind of like working off of like obscure lighting, just these big blocks of light to kind of just say this is what it's supposed to look like. If anything, I should probably get my actual refs here. Wait, I didn't want to close peer ref completely. Whatever. What works? Let's see. Looking for. Do I not have the refs here? Damn it. Concept art, but not the refs. That. No, it's not. Lovely. Well, I could just go rock this General Temple asset. Okay. Okay. Found what I can work with. I like looking at these for just sorry. Good bits of grit. Kind of like figuring out good ways to kind of just add some wear and tear. Most of these things I'm not very good at adding grit. Okay. I'll have to like work off of this and kind of like this was a good start, kind of just having again, I am kind of working off of two colors here. Nothing extreme. Just working off of grit. I try to just incorporate grit into this. Kind of just get more stuff going. Because I want this to be more like decorative, I'm gonna add a bit more detail to these pillars. It's like I'm flip-flopping between trying to not be so heavy-handed with being perfect with what's supposed to be rock textures. Because that's what these are supposed to be. They're supposed to be stone structures that have worn out over time through like damage, being stuck underwater and things like that. Wee bit of things like this. Alright, and now I'm kind of just back to hunching my ass down because I just bleh. A little bit of crack there. Knock this further back so it fades out. So my ref kind of see something interesting. I think I'll work off this. This is more than enough. The one thing that I can do is use this brush. Oh. Use my dither brush to kind of just establish that this is a round area here. The one thing that's really nice about just having this dither brush is that just rock this. It just makes it look soft just instantly. Like the dither brush is incredible. It's nice to kind of just have a little rest here. Kind of just go obscure and go in the background some more. Looking good. The one thing that I'm pretty happy about when it comes to working with the Game Boy stuff is that I am using the palette to work with the lighting and stuff like that. That's one thing that I really like doing with the Game Boy is, you got no other colors, you're just working with the tones. And this is my element right now. I am currently kind of just working with this. This is my element. This is the art I make. It's just making cool black and white tone stuff. And thinking about it harder, I feel like I've been denying myself making stuff like this because I guess the pressure of making colored artwork when I could just rock some black and white artwork and it just looks so aesthetic to me. But just having a cool bit of line art just makes this just pop much more. Just looks so aesthetically pleasing to me. Hopefully this will fit in the widescreen here because you're seeing the altar, you're seeing the brick tiles, character vanishes, you're seeing just the background. And of course, I'm gonna be modifying this with a bit of a halo spot because this is supposed to attract everything to the center in a way. So yeah. Ah, there's the lighting. So it sort of works. I also completely changed the brick tile, which I'll figure that out at another time. Okay. I think I'll rework the brick. Make a new pillars here. You know, make this cleaner. Statues are kind of like making it look like it's surrounded. I feel like the pyramids are kind of just way in some aspects. Okay. This will be slightly better. I just seen the pyramids, or you're seeing the pillars sort of just go into the background a bit. And then you're using the broad lighting tone. Push this in further back. I feel like I'm kind of like rushing this environment a little better because now that I'm not fretting so much about, I guess, a really obscure character. It could be that my brain's fresher. That's probably why I'm having an easier time with this environment. Because, I'm taking my mind off a character for a bit to kind of just work on a difficult, or at least mildly difficult difficult. Your shadow thing. I'm having an easier time right now because I'm kind of working working off of this. Kind of like looking out here. Looking at how it looks broadly. So far, it's looking good. It kind of looks like this owl has a bit of a, it kind of looks like the, owl has a bit of a drum head, so it is what it is with that. Kind of like giving other things a stare to kind of just figure out what I can do to kind of just scuzz up these pillars some more. I don't have many references for just these stone pillars that much. Okay. Yeah, I like noticing that this wee bit too much detail, but I'll live with it. Use that. Figure out some ways can I just add some scuzz and grit. It's rough again. I think I've done playing with this. Let's add this before I add the dithering. Should be good. I'm gonna do something pretty interesting where add a wee bit of line art here. That looks nice. Looking real nice. Fucking pretty good. Alright. I'll put a few bit of things to kind of just that'll work. This one could be. That looks good. Yeah, that's plenty. Let that go. Actually, yeah. Use the green itself. Full and white. That's good. Looking pretty good. I've heard pixel being like, hey, nobody dithers anymore. I'm kind of like, really? I dither all the time. I thought that's how you dither. I thought that's how you basically do pixel art. I thought everybody dithered. Apparently not. It's curious that people don't dither. I like dithering because it gives me nice round shapes. If anything, I sometimes worry that I dither too much because I feel like sometimes dithering can be a crutch. Especially this default, well, it's not default, but it's a standard 1x1 grid dither. I really use other types of dithering for this. I really use other types of dithering for my environment stuff because every other type of dithering just doesn't look as good as I'd like for it to be. Alright. Is this even enough that I could work this? Okay. I think I might be able to. Okay. Alright, we do this one brick at a time. Nice and easy. Ah, pyramids is already done. Okay. I'm a nice flow state, so 30 more minutes of this. Probably like get these bricks done. Maybe I'll just take the stream to 8 and then I'll stop. That should be plenty. It's funny because I don't associate Tohu with Tohu. I always associate with those fucking McDonald's YouTube poops. May like where that Japanese equivalent was, because this is a different name. It's supposed to be called. I remember that so much. The freaking Ronald McDonald, like Japanese Ronald McDonald. I've never played any Tohu game. I wouldn't even know where to start. I think most of those games are just really obscure. Well, actually, they're not that obscure. People can play them, so I mean, I just never played. I think I'm not a ginormous fan of that genre, so I wouldn't even know where the heck to begin with those games, because it's a genre that never really appealed to me.
Folks, we have a very special guest for you tonight. I'd like to introduce now for a lesson in rhythm management. Let's begin.
Little bits of bricks that kind of just
Wasn't that fun? Let's try something else.
say they don't have real brick cutting tools. Ugh. Alright, so we have a nice little assortment of brickwork here, and it kind of like goes in. So Let's see if I can't grit this up just a bit. This going here. That out. Get that going. Very, very good here. And a few key spots, got to say. It's the cracks. No, this is. They'll get rid of the even, just add a bit more uneven wear to this. Yep, wear and tear certain spots because worry about tech problems, you know? To worry about things like tile limits and stuff like that. I ain't making this game for the actual hardware. Though I should experiment with GB Studio to just improve my, I guess, pixel art practices so things look more and more authentic as they go. Okay. That's pretty alright. I think I'll let this go for a bit. Line art looks alright. Pretty decent. That's looking pretty decent. Let's see. Dashes could be better. I did have some subtle bricks, so I'll call these the arches. Or no. Zip through. Okay. These are all the statues. Let's get started working on these. This one looks cleanish. No notable problems. But it probably have a few more obscurities. I gotta just get that. Oh, that's good. You'll look much better. Yeah, well. I was debating on making an actual owl bear character to kind of just say that they're not just all dead, just have some, I guess, bit of a story potential, and not completely say that they're all just dead. Okay, so this has a little bit. I'll put a. That's more. I'll kind of like knock this down a bit more. Damage. That actually looks better. Hearing so the background goes towards the right. Good. And for the sake of adding more outline here, I'm actually going to add another bit of black outline. Also pull you away. This owl. A little bit of outlining here as well. Good. Much better. Now, this stuff. Push this so it's obvious that it's a cracked eye. It's broken inside. Probably a little too much detail in a lot of these. I'm gonna wrap this up. What's with these statues? Can I get push the wear and tear with this a little bit. That's one thing that I struggle with when it comes to, I guess, inking in general, is adding enough texturing to kind of just make this look gritty enough. I never know how much grit I can put with this overall. There we are. Looking good. I'm just adding detail as I go. Add these here. That here, get rid of what doesn't. And we're all happy little joy boys. At least this will look aesthetically pleasing. I feel like I actually got productive stuff done for once. Now I'm probably not gonna feel like a completely useless clown for the rest of the week, because I actually did stuff instead of nothing. As it's pretty easy to kind of feel like you feel lazy and not want to do all the stuff you intend to do. As you tell yourself that you're going to do this exact thing, and then you don't. And then you feel bad about not doing it. And then you feel worse about feeling mad about it. Like you're mad at yourself for being mad at yourself. You know, it's one of those things. It's very easy to fall into that cycle of self-loathing where you're angry at yourself all the time because you're not as exceptional as you want to be. It's very easy to find yourself doubting everything you do and wondering what the your efforts are. When things don't change, when people are completely assholes for practically no reason, and you think the world is completely out of control, it can be easy to wonder why bother being good to anyone. And, this is a lot of stuff that I just discuss with my therapist, and sometimes where I'm absolutely irritated with the state of the universe, not simply the world, but just general everything, where I have this megalomaniacal idea that you could do a better job ruling the world because everything else just sucks so much that you feel that you could do a better job. That's a little too even. So get rid of this. Which looks okay. Alright. Get this. That's kind of funny because I feel I should actually be doing this. It's all to one. I really need to change that to something that's okay. Looking kind of alright. It looks super okay, bro. I'm kind of like doing this strange combination of both two-tone dithering where I'm just reworking statue looks in general. I just adding texture where I want, using the dither, just get a bit more grime there. Still some stuff I could do with that debris, especially that head. But get these owls down. It should look aesthetic. It'll look aesthetic, bro. It'll look super cool because I made it. That's literally it. It's kind of like Adam is constantly impressed at the stuff that I do, despite the fact that it's like I'm an artist. Of course I can do this. Like I'm making it look, with my artistic skills stuff. I'm literally trained to do this. But it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, you should just take the compliment and shut the fuck up, Ryan. But it's kind of like, I guess I can't really take. I have trouble taking credit for, I guess, the bare minimum, where I'm doing my job, and for some reason you're complimenting me for simply doing my job. And I guess it's a little more of a me thing overall. But a lot of times I feel that, I guess, everyone else is able to just do the basic stuff, and I'm not so special that someone else couldn't replace me. And it's kind of a crappy thing to do because, of course, I'm irreplaceable. Like, I should heighten myself up and say, yes, I'm fucking irreplaceable. I'm the only one sitting at my drawing desk. I'm the only one making these drawing decisions. I'm the only one looking up obscure animals to make anthropomorphic and experiment with their designs. Like in general, it's like, yeah, everyone likes my general furry art, but it's like I do like finding other animals to make anthropomorphic and exploring how designs are tackled. One thing that I do when I browse FA is I try to find how other people interpret more obscure species and things like that, just to see, okay, how did someone tackle that? And of course, I cross-reference that with the actual animal and species to just see what that's about, and to make sure that you're actually looking like the animal, not just making a wolf recolor. It's pretty easy to just do. It's easy to do that, where you're just making a canine recolor and calling it a day, and you're like, hey, you should at least look at this a little bit more. I just analyze how you could make this zing a bit more. But that's mostly me kind of just feeling like I need to have higher standards than everyone else because I'm an insane person. One day I'll be less insane and everyone will like me. 30 minutes is up. Alright. Maybe like one more bit of cleanup. That should be plenty. 7:48. I think I'll just wrap the stream for now. I can consider myself done, eh? So how we looking here? Impressive. Oops. Oh, I was like, what the hell happened? This happened. Well, so far, it's alright. Still not happy with that, where, that pillar is. I think I need to rework where these pillars are. Should rework where that pillar is. Hopefully, if I move the pillar a certain way. Dang. I wish he had the ability to, like, sync one pillar with the other pillar. That ain't happening. That will. That's sort of helpful. Feel like that should be ahead. Maybe this pillar should just be more in shadow so we can just clearly see this is completely separate. Pay no attention to this. It's a best case scenario. So far, so good. I do need to figure out a way to add those original brick textures because it is supposed to be a round room, like round, like a cylinder style room. Also want to figure out how I can add some lighting in one side so it kind of like it's in one direction and it all just leads down to here. And then probably like rework these bricks so they're less placeholdery. It is what it is with that. I'll save you and I'll just let that rock. They gotta just do something with that. Oh yeah, it's been pretty nice streaming. Let's see if Andy's currently doing stuff right now. Alright, Andy's streaming. Well, I will just send you all to Andy and things should be good here. It's been nice. A nice day. And I'll see you all next week. Have a good night.